What's good, YouTube? What's good, YouTube? Appreciate everybody for tapping in.
I could not hear what she just said. I could see some of it, but
Okay.
Right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
How is everybody feeling?
I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover
Yes, sir.
Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kellsey Fitzsimmons.
It's YouTube that we dropping.
That Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, may I
What do
approach again, Your Honor?
yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
I'm just,
Yeah, I think-
yes, that's my name, and yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Well,
Hold on one second.
Should be decent now.
Please.
Had to change some settings, but we should be decent now. All right, everybody.
And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I think we're back.
Exhibit F, so marked. Thank you.
I think we're back.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
Shout out to everybody on Rumble. Shout out to everybody on Twitch. Shout out to everybody on YouTube.
can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too. Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
There's so much going on, chat. So much going on right now.
Set up from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then
Correct.
you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So a cover.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of this.
Let's have that marked on your way out. Thanks.
Mark this identification, please.
Exhibit G, Lamar.
What y'all thinking about these trials? Let me know.
Can you first look at it and see if you
We gotta build the YouTube family back up.
Do you recognize what that is?
What is that?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page?
I sure can.
I don't know what the fuck that is. That's blood.
I sure did.
Can you read the
Okay.
first page about this?
The first,
Okie dokie.
the post itself.
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If you
want to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
We're content, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You may step down. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
And defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Lauren.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What else we got on the stand?
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm about to turn YouTube off. YouTube is fucking my shit up.
To give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our...
YouTube, we might re-upload.
If you could do
'cause
that.
Sure. Lauren Page.
It's doing a lot.
L-A-U-R-E-N. Page,
Excellent.
P-A-G-E.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by, so if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation, okay? Sure. Thank you.
Having the windows open in the courtroom.
Mrs. Page, you are the mother
That's a
of
first to
Kellsey
me.
Fitzsimmons,
Where I'm
is
from,
that correct?
there ain't even no windows in them shits.
Do you see her in the courtroom today? And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Damn.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And
a
who
son.
is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old
So
are
you would have been a
those
junior?
children?
Or not?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller, assistant manager.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address. We don't.
I ain't gonna lie, in a later
And
stream,
where do you work now?
I might have to go back and figure out what's actually going on with this case, because I just started it on day 2. I didn't go back and look back at stuff, you know what I'm saying?
From
I'm just saying,
the North
tapping in, trying to get, you know,
Andover, home where
trying to get my
Kelsey
feet back
Fitzsimmons
wet,
lived
you feel
in
me?
June of
That's what we
2022.
doing right now, trying to get the feet back wet.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kellsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her,
Yes.
close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes, yes.
And did Kellsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kellsey finished college, did she do about a year and a half of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the...
Oh, Shorty was a cop. She just shot
And all
somebody.
during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say
We're back.
she was in your life, you were in hers.
Absolutely.
I'm getting it.
And
I'm gonna have to
again,
look
what
her up in a
town
minute.
do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct? And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
She done clapped her
And you also
boyfriend?
knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin
Oh,
was a
shit.
father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
And did you
Here you
know
go again.
her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing. Very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat,
When he was hungry?
yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right,
Yes.
at that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillips Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is
With
that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
I think we got it right now.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Yeah. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by
Yes,
where
my
Kelsey
route-
lived,
yes.
correct?
But
Do you
we're good
remember
though.
what time you arrived again?
That's all I needed to see.
What
We're
time
good.
did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
We back,
I
people.
want to
We
say
back.
3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No one, just Kels and baby.
And Kelsey.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
Connection terminated.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got
Sad,
around
confused.
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
I did.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
There's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him.
So she shot her
settle him down.
boyfriend, bro.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And
Holy.
did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey
So it
or the
wasn't her
police
boyfriend.
officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No,
Did you know where she was?
upstairs.
And while you were downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kellsey, no, Kellsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And
What?
can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kellsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kellsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that,
Bruh.
officers came
Bro,
in,
bro,
EMTs
bro,
came in,
bro,
running
bro.
up the stairs, and
Just started doing some reading, you heard? She shot another police officer that was trying to serve her restraining orders for her fiance. Wow. You talking about she pointed a gun at herself to try to kill herself and shot the officer on mistake. Let's go.
I was let out of the house.
Let's go.
I was let out by an officer.
We back now.
And what was your
We back now.
at that stage?
We back.
I was
All right, we got
upset.
it. We got her.
Were you making any
I was
noise?
screaming.
We got her. Respectfully, we got her.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Yeah, at the trauma room, she was having a traumatic
I have nothing further.
experience after clapping another police officer. Holy, look at her smiling and shit.
All right, thank you very much. You may stand down, thanks. And, Defense, you may call your next witness.
Whoa. What is going on? That sound is crazy. All right, that was just crazy. So as you can see, we're gonna take a moment and look at this up because they're about to bring somebody else. Damn. We're just gonna take a moment and look at this so we can get a quick rundown. What's going on with this case? I mean, we need a quick rundown on this case.
Take, maybe a 20-minute recess,
20-minute recess.
and we will stand in recess.
Okay. During the 20-minute recess, we about to roll us up a dozen. You know how we do. But as you can see here, only 2 people know what actually happened in Kellsey Fitzsimmons' bedroom on June 30th, 2025. Prosecutors say that the 29-year-old North Andover police officer pointed a gun at a fellow officer serving her restraining order obtained by her fiance and tried to fire it. But Fitzsimmons maintained she pointed the gun at herself in an attempt to take her own life. That's what they saying about Miss Simmons. But, you know, what can you say, bro? What can you say, bro? We don't know if we believe you, champ.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
We don't know. We don't know if we believe you, champ, respectfully. We are gonna do this. Jump to another case. We're gonna jump to another case. Let's keep this shit moving. We are gonna jump to another one.
Recap, looking at defendant 71, what is your opinion about these 2 phones going up the stairs at
Let me
1:06
know.
a.m.?
What's your opinion?
So they are together.
And what is your opinion with respect to searching and deleting the Sheriff's Office County Jail, Hall County, on March the 7th, 2025 at 10:29 or 10:30 p.m.?
That entry is not deleted.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
I don't need a break, Judge.
No, I'm good. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I just have a few questions for you. How do you say your last name again?
Persinger.
Persinger. Okay. So you were retained by the defense on or about May 8th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about how much you have been paid.
Okay.
How much did you get paid?
I usually make about $75 an hour.
Holy
The
shit.
company gets a retainer, and then by the time everything's done with, I'm about 75 an hour.
Holy shit.
Okay. So how
We
much
here
do you
with
estimate
another
again?
one.
I think you got paid?
How much do I estimate? I'm sorry.
That you were paid?
I believe the initial retainer may have been
What?
$3,000,
What is going
$5,000,
on?
somewhere in there.
Okay. And how much, I assume that you're being
She hit that boy with
separately
that.
paid to testify?
I am.
How much is that?
I'm $370 or $350 an hour.
$3.50 an hour. Does that include travel time?
Yes.
Are you, and you're based in Atlanta?
Yeah, that boy with all
I'm
them
sorry. Can you
shit.
slow down just a tad? And
Yeah, I'm so
I got
sorry.
old ears here.
You're based in Atlanta?
I am, but I live out of Bartow County.
Crazy.
Where's that?
Yeah, it's about 2.5 hour drive from here.
Wow. Oh, okay, that's pretty far. So, and you said,
My bad, child.
okay, so
Just
you get
gotta
paid with the travel time, and
back
that's still
this out.
$75 an
Make
hour?
sure.
No, the drive time to testify is $350 an hour.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So let's see. It is about 10:24, so took you about 2.5 hours. So maybe like an extra $1,000 for testifying, maybe, if
but
I
the-
wrap it up.
That's what the company would make, yes, and then I would
Okay.
get my $75 an hour out of that.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you, and you and I have spoke aside from today. I would say 2 separate times, right?
If I recall correctly, I think it was once, and you had 2 other assistants or other attorneys and investigator with you on the phone.
But prior to that, do you remember when I tried to call you at end of February? We spoke on the phone, and do you remember when you told me at that point, this is February 27th, that, and I quote, that you had no idea what you were testifying about?
That's correct. I had just gotten out of the emergency room not too soon before that.
And you were previously retained, and you were retained on the 8th of May, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about today. So you came in this morning, what time you think?
Probably about 9:15, 9:20.
9:15, 9:20. And in the hallway, you met, I guess, there's somebody from the defense in the hallway meeting you, right?
As
I
well,
think it's the blonde, she's blonde, kind of dirty blonde.
yeah, her, but I met you with you first.
You met with me first.
Not you, it was another one from your office first.
Okay.
Holy.
You weren't able to speak to her,
Hold up.
correct?
No, I was headed to the bathroom.
Okay, so you're headed to the bathroom, and then the blonde chick came to you, and she said, "We need to hide you," correct?
No, she said she had some questions for me.
Okay.
Let me approach, y'all approach for a second.
Hold up. Did she try to say that the other lawyers say, yo, we need to hide you, bloody? Is that what she just said, Mud? Is that what she said, Mud? Hold up, Mud. Is that what she said, Mud? Yeah, you gotta get them words right, baby.
All right,
You
thank
can't just be in court all willy-nilly.
So now we're talking right now.
I ain't gonna lie, chat. Respectfully.
You were retained by the defense to determine
forgot
what cell phones were
how
doing
much I
at the
like
time of
doing
the
court
incident.
shit.
I think I was retained by defense to first
I forgot.
understand what the data was. I don't think there was any pinpointing anything. It was, there's 2 cell phones that were imaged by the sheriff's department that in most cases attorney can't access because of one reason or another. Celebrate, the physical analyzer runs about $10,000 to $25,000 a year. So most attorneys don't have that software to be able to do any kind of data dive into it to determine what's there. And so it was up to me to mount it, look at it, and then get ready to investigate it.
Sorry, I'm just quoting from your report. This is on page 3 where you said, specifically to determine what these devices were doing near the time of the incident.
Yeah, that came afterwards, yes.
Okay. And to do that, you looked at a few different things on the phone. From what I remember, you looked at the timelines of the phone, correct?
I did.
And you also looked at Apple Health.
I did.
And within that, you looked at, I guess you were able to analyze steps, you were able to see flights climbed and whatnot.
That's correct.
Okay.
All from the phone, bro?
I want to talk about, I guess, the phones exactly. Both of these
That's a little
both of
scary,
these were
don't you
iPhones,
think?
correct?
Correct.
It's a little scary.
And when we're talking
Yeah,
about
it's a little
steps,
scary.
you and I both spoke about this on the phone. The iPhones aren't exactly accurate or always accurate with calculating steps, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay, in fact, if I wanted to increase my step count, I could take my phone and shake it a whole bunch.
That's a fact.
Keeping your practice healthy helps keep your patients
That is
healthy.
100%
Growing
a
and
fact what
maintaining a
she's saying
business in
right
the
now.
healthcare industry takes a lot of effort and dedication.
Why is this not? Oh, all right.
I haven't tried that before.
If I
I'll go back 10
wanted to
seconds.
increase my step count, I could take my phone and shake it a whole bunch to increase that step count, and it could hypothetically increase
That is
those
a
steps,
fact.
right?
Cause me, I used
I
to
haven't tried.
try to count my steps at work, bro. And when I was in the warehouse, the more, like if I jump off the forklift or something, give me like 2 steps, bro. 2-3 steps, little shit. You feel where I'm coming from? Shit is crazy.
That before, so if I don't have one an iPhone, but 2, I've not tried that, so I can't say.
So you said that in your report, it is, okay, 1:06:29 a.m., the blue iPhone traveled up a flight of stairs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you note that there is a 12-second lag time that could be present, right?
Correct.
Oh. Yeah, can you please take that down? Thank you. So there's a 12-second time difference that could easily represent a normal lag time
Did they
between
just
one
have
device and
shit
another,
showing
correct?
on there, bro?
Correct.
Okay. Could easily represent does not mean definitively represents.
Yeah, bro. Are these? Is it the defense lawyer? This got to be the defense lawyer because she fucking ass.
Correct?
No, I mean, I don't own the phone, so I don't know what its experience is. But I know that in dealing with cell phones throughout my career, 2 phones aren't going to operate the same. So again, one could be lagging behind the other.
Okay. One could be lagging. So that, I guess, fast forwarding to this, there's no standard lag time for a phone.
None that I'm aware of, but again, in this particular case, we have 2 cell phones that I strongly believe went up the stairs together, and they did not come down.
Okay, and they didn't come down. So I want to pose a hypothetical to you. 2 people are walking up the stairs. Standard, and let me, before I get to that, a standard flight of steps is what, 12 steps?
I don't know, my house only has 9.
Okay. So I want to ask, I guess prior to the hypothetical, in your report, you talk about different integers that represent how you can tell that if somebody's going up a flight of steps, somebody that's taking a few steps. I think they were like 7, 8, and 12 or
Yeah, 7, 8, and 12 is what I tend to focus on.
Okay, 7, 8, and 12. And does the 12 represent a flight of steps or not?
Yeah, 12 represents that a flight has been achieved.
Okay, so how does the phone calculate that a flight has been achieved? Based on how many steps?
Well, based on 7 and 8. So 7 is going to say a step, 8 is going to say the distance traveled. So between 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, it says, I've gotten to this calculation height, therefore a flight must have been established.
Okay.
Oh, so height-wise.
So
Okay.
if if two phones were traveling together up a number of steps, let's just say 7 or 8,
When I
and they
lean
get
like
to a
this, my back
landing.
starts.
And so the flight isn't exactly, all the way up, diagonal. They get up a flight of steps, there's a
I
landing.
don't know if I'm an old
and
nigga or a
then
nigga
there's
you
a
old.
number of steps, let's just say 6. The phone data would represent that, that they walked up a few steps, but they didn't exactly get to a flight, correct?
Well, I couldn't say either way, because again, I don't know what the stride is. If somebody's running up a flight of stairs, maybe they missed the landing. They just made the turn to the next step and just continued up. We don't know that.
So back to the hypothetical, 2 people are walking up a flight of steps. One person is 10 seconds in front of the other.
Yeah.
Based on the data, pulling the data, you don't have a normal lag time amount. You don't know, every phone's different, I understand that. But it's quite possible that you would conclude that those phones are physically together, correct?
It's, yes, it's my belief, my understanding that those 2 phones are together. And again, that those phones stayed up there. They didn't come down one by one. They stayed up there.
Okay, but I'm talking about the hypothetical.
Yes.
Oh, what he's talking about.
I'm saying hypothetically, if those 2 phones are upstairs and that's where they stay, and there's only a 12-second lag time between one phone and another phone, they're together.
By together, and by a report, you're saying physically together, correct?
Yes.
But if the person A is walking in front of person B, 10 seconds in front of them on the steps, they're going higher, faster, we know that they are not physically together. But the data would show that they were, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So going back to this case at hand, you can't say definitively what flight of steps the phones were going up, right?
I'll score a point on that.
Again?
So
I'll give her a
you
point.
can't
'Cause
say
you can't
one
definitively
flight of steps, like
say that.
where
You feel me?
locationally in the house.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a point.
And you can't say who was carrying those phones up the flight of steps.
Excuse me, that's correct.
Okay. And your
Okay.
opinion is you strongly believe, but you cannot definitively say that the phones were together, correct?
I believe that they are together.
Okay, but you can't definitively say that. It's not 100%.
I say it's highly possible that those phones were together.
Okay, so let's talk about the search for the Hall County Jail. I believe that you said, I guess the initial search, and I don't have it up. Do you have your exhibit?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't start slipping, baby. You were just cooking. Don't start slipping, baby. You was just cooking. You was just cooking, baby. What happened? You was just... you was just stir frying that motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Oh, great, thank you. So this is, I'm just looking at Defendant's Exhibit 72. So you said it's quite possible that she had a tab open.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, on the 3rd.
I want y'all to see the frying.
Okay, on the 3rd, so she searched it on the 3rd. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you saying that she left the tab, like she did other searches on her phone and she left the tab open in the browser?
On the floor. I'm tripping. I'm like, I see
Yes,
some
because
black shit
again,
in
that
my
browser
screen.
allows you to have multiple tabs open at the same time. It's just that one's going to be in the background, one's going to be in the foreground.
So would I be correct in saying that if that was the case, that the timeline search of what she's searching would show from the 3rd to the 7th, so the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, more searches for the Hall County Jail within that whole, I guess, Knowledge C database, correct?
I can't answer your question because I don't really follow what you're asking. If you're saying that because we have multiple entries, did she multiply search for that term? I'm not.
I can rephrase it. I think on direct, you testified that in back in the day, you would do a search for, I guess, one search at a time. And then I guess phones evolved and you were able to start opening up multiple tabs. So I want to look up Chick-fil-A and I want to look up McDonald's. And you could have both of them open on the phone and switch through.
Well, they're both open, but one's in the foreground, one's in the background.
Okay. So am I correct in saying that you believe that her search for the Hall County Jail was in the background?
It could have been. We don't know what was in the foreground or the background, but we do know this factually. March the 3rd is when it was first searched.
Okay, March the 3rd was when it
Not
was
in
first
your
searched.
document that
Knock
showed
the Sonic
later,
ring down.
March the
Smoke that
7th.
shit.
So on the March the 7th, based on this exhibit, I see it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, just kidding. 3 times on the 7th, and you're saying that's because the tab was open.
Just
That's
kidding.
correct.
What the fuck?
So it's quite possible that she was in that tab looking at the search history and the results that popped up, correct?
Could have been, but it certainly wasn't deleted.
Okay, okay. No further questions.
Son is not Rockaway. He is for the
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
prosecutor.
We're going to take a break.
That is for the prosecutor. You hear me? They about to take a quick break. I ain't
Call
gonna
it
hold
15
you.
minutes. Thank you.
We gonna we gonna jump to something real quick. You're we gonna jump to something. All right. We gonna jump over to some new shit we trying. Respectfully. We are going to jump over to something new, respectfully.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? All lawyers approach, please. All lawyers approach, please.
Need to go that way.
Other courts should be coming back in a second. We're gonna take a quick minute. We're gonna take a quick minute and we are going to jump into some sports. All right, gang. We going to sleazy. What is everybody thinking? So we gonna look up real quick what's going on with this case. Give everybody a brief synopsis. What's going on? This is the St. Simon's Islands dentist on trial for the murder of her boyfriend. Susan, okay, matter of fact, I'm tripping. We bike. We back. We back. Yeah, we smoking shit of this.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to that mic.
Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see.
All set.
Thank you, Army. I inquire.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kellsey Fitzsimmons.
Uh-oh.
Fitzsimmons.
That's who I need to see. I need to see. I need to see. Ah.
Put that mic a little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer. How
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's
Look good for 29.
What's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Methuen,
Methuen?
Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's who.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Stephen, my older brother, my biological older brother Stephen Jr., and then I have my stepfather, William Page, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They are step, yes.
Okay.
Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like I am, a little like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
There you go.
So
Speak up a little bit, baby. Speak up,
you
baby.
guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And
For
they've
sure.
been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where did you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I was, I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host / waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Stay busy.
Did
I can dig it.
do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
Okay. After graduating Fisher College, you had the B. Is it a BA or a BS?
BS.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and
You had to put that
go
point in
to
there.
law school.
Listen,
Where
she
did you
understand
go
one
and
thing.
tell
You
us
got to
about
make
law
yourself
school a
look
little
up.
I went to Massachusetts School
That
of
is the
Law.
objective
I
of
did
you in
about
trial. Make yourself
3
look up.
semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy,
Yes,
and you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff.
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up an overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there, and there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes, while I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly, was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
Yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off, so it was 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party, so I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5, so I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer, so you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
And, who were your
They
field
outside,
training
but
officers?
no.
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was
This court gotta be on
Tierney.
the 3rd floor.
I had field
there's
training
no
on the
way that's
4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all off?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And you, after you finish with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say in how you function in the field and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops, and then he decides if you are signed off on. And I was signed off, and that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember?
Nothing.
I think it was in end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
No.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Oh,
Now,
shit.
at the time,
Here we go again.
Moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
my experience in a
Yeah, did you-
nutshell. We met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
Just recent.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind to the events of that day, okay? So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it, so I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
It did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th, scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work, and his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad, you're not a babysitter, you can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very
I got another
odd
crib.
for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're dad.
And
Lips started to quiver.
at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North
Yes.
Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift, so.
Something about gas money as well?
Yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind
Okay.
rewind you a little bit.
All right.
Where's
So
the
there's
baby?
some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes, like looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask
Oh,
for your opinion.
shit.
I just wanna-
Here we go again.
Actually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he called
Well,
me.
hold on a second. Just to be, yeah.
I just need to confer with court staff. Mr. Ring, can you turn the...
There he goes. They be killing the audio. That's just crazy.
Of course, yes.
So what?
Tell us where this is, first, city and all that stuff.
St. Simon's Island, Georgia, and Brogan's Restaurant.
You said it was the Georgia-Florida game, and I know that's typically at a certain time, but could you give us an orientation of, as close as you can, date?
Yes, it's always right around Halloween. It's either the last Saturday of October or the first Saturday in November, but that's where it falls.
Okay. Was this the first time that you ever met David Barron?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a long meeting with him that time, or just very brief?
Very brief.
Did you have another occasion to meet Mr. Barron that was, I guess, longer than this first meeting for the Georgia-Florida game date?
I did.
Okay. Roughly when was that?
That was January 18th, 2025, at my sister's birthday.
January 18th, 2025, at your sister, which sister is this?
Leslie. It was her 60th birthday, and it was a surprise party.
Okay. Do you know her birthday offhand?
I do.
Okay. What is it?
January 18th.
That's how you know it was January 18th?
That's how I know, yes.
Was this, what kind of party was this? You said it's a birthday party, but are we talking about a small group of people? Are we talking about a larger group of people? Is this in public? Is it in private?
It was a private party, but it was a surprise party for Leslie with all of her close friends, so it was a large party. I'd venture to say 30 to 40 people, probably.
Okay. How many of the siblings, meaning the Miracles or the extended Miracles, were there?
All of them.
Did Suzanne come?
Yes.
And did Mr. Barron come?
He did.
Had you ever, before this night, before January 18th, 2025, had you ever had any conversations with Mr. Barron at all?
No, other than nice to meet you at Brogan's.
On this night, on this birthday party night, was Suzanne there with David as a couple?
Yes, they arrived together.
So this is his first time meeting the family, if you will?
Correct.
Okay. You've got 7 siblings, and she's got a new boyfriend, right?
Correct.
Was this one of those let's see what's going on here kind of things?
Yeah, I'd say we were focused on Leslie for her birthday, but we were definitely looking forward to getting to know David.
Okay. What, if anything, did you notice about Suzanne and David's interaction on that weekend, on January 18th, at this party?
You know, they would interact some, but then I'd find them kind of sitting by themselves or over by the bar. This is a big barn property, and they have a nice party set up. And so they would be sitting over by the bar, chatting quietly, just to each other. And then Suzanne would come engage and play in this card game a little bit, but then he'd pull her back again, and they'd be talking again. And so it wasn't typical party behavior where everyone else was kind of engaged with everybody and walking around and talking to everybody. And then, you know, we'd engage her again and she'd come back and hang with us.
What did you conclude about, well, how had she up until this time behaved at parties like this from your observations?
Super fun and involved in all the fun stuff that was going on. You know, we're all kind of gregarious and like to have fun, and kind of, she was the life of the party and having a great time.
Was that consistent with what you saw from her on 1/18/25?
No.
Now, you didn't see any violence between the two of them?
No.
Did she talk to you at all about him later at any date, at any time around this time? What was she telling you about him?
Up until that time, nothing negative. Just, I didn't talk to her as much because she was, you know, with him all the time. And it seemed like she was kind of molding her life around his. But I just assumed she was happy, and that was where she was heading, and they'd bought a house together, and, you know, she was kind of riding off into the sunset with her knight in shining armor.
Did you know about the purchase of the house in Hall County?
I did.
Was that something that the siblings and you thought was a good plan for her?
Not necessarily. We thought it moved very quickly, when that worried us.
Did she ever characterize Mr. Barron to you as a really good guy?
Yes.
At some point, did she start talking to you about some concerns with him?
Yes.
Were you aware of a paramour or another woman that potentially had been involved with Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Did Ms. Miracle talk to you about that?
Yes.
Miracle.
What was it that you were kind of serving as? What was your role when you're talking to Suzanne after these concerns about the other woman and I guess just dealing with her as her closest sibling?
You know, I would just kind of let her speak and let her be heard, and, you know, to hope that she's okay. And she always knew that she could talk to me without judgment. And I just wanted to learn what was going on with her and try to help her and advise her.
And how were you helping and advising her? What were you trying to give her to assist her as she's dealing with the issue with Mr. Barron?
That, you know, at the beginning, when she first found out about it, and he was saying that he was going to stop sending money, and she was like, you know, okay, I'm going to give him the chance to do that.
Thank you. And just again, pull yourself up to that mic. Yep.
I'll let them know something though. Compared to the other spot,
Yes.
they are.
So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me, I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Caden.
And what was the schedule, what was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training, so it was gonna go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So, I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So, right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he hold the
baby? He did, yeah.
Okay. And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was more focused on go to the park. So I was like, I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m., and I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes, so the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did, and he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Okay. Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck, and at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it, and I was like...
Did that add to your confusion?
Yeah, because I was like, this person lives...
Sorry. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from...
This is Hunter?
This is Hunter,
right.
yes.
Now I get it.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party. And it's like, that's in my mind, that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there, why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the common.
Okay. And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Caden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did you ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
Okay. And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were...
To get coffee.
And you were trying to focus on meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you, I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at the park.
To Michelle, you said that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m., so sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks Road.
That's my home.
Single-family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line?
Yes.
All right. And when you came back from the common, you parked in there?
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
It had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag, I had him in his little carrier, and I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
And you walked around and you went to your door?
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you got up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was like, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom?
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move on. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you could just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused. And I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle?
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there? Approximately.
Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you sat, did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Kaden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were just talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. So maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
just,
Sustained.
I just didn't.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Objections, was sustained.
Oh.
So, next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind, I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and like for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside, so I was just curious, like, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
Okay.
So, are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So, just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this, I'm sorry.
It's okay, we can come back to it later. I do that all the time, that's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden in my living room.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms, and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched-in area. Walked out onto the porch, opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call
So we'll get to that, but just generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and then Officer Noonan came. It was like pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. But the call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston, probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day. Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He's a work friend.
He was a work friend.
Work.
Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door, and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
I didn't hear that one.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker, does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him, so when I put him down, he was obviously crying, and I was like, whatever this is, I'm gonna hold my son, because they had a folder. I knew they were gonna give me something. Wasn't
at that moment?
Yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him, and then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, no, I'm gonna hold my son, whatever this is, like, I'm gonna feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope, and that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it, and he's talking to you, and the baby's crying.
Nope, baby
you
isn't
feeding
crying
him?
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park, like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything, and I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't, and they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well, and...
Did that affect your state of mind?
Yes.
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer
That you just was cool with.
to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said the court date was in 14 days, so he said pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes.
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
No, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was when that came up?
That was when the 3 of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No. I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And, what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, oh, I haven't done this in a while, like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will? I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is
I got heavy feet.
not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? And I just kept, in my mind was just going fast, like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So, my son...
Was he your dog or
Justin's
dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house, and I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula. And he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too.
Oh, she got the water.
Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall. And there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No.
Oh, shit.
Because I didn't
Oh,
want them
shit.
to take them away.
Here we go again.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe.
In your bedroom?
In my bedroom.
Connection terminated.
Thank you. So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers, so I didn't think Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not, though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs,
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
'Cause I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my
I'm gonna hit the bleep.
I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just...
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Keaton's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin's truck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs? And
What was what happened after you said that?
somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier?
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position, because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me, so I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself. Me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay,
We walk up
Hold on.
the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. Because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Brilliant.
Show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston downstairs.
Did he stay that way, or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
Hey.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah. There was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah. Yes.
Mr. Brady, can you just give me a moment to catch
Sure.
up?
Absolutely.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
What?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I had rock-gated in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So it's kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
And to get those guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not. Damn it, I'm not.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to it?
Like
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards, and I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand.
And where on your head did you put it? Just you can just describe it.
My temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, "Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no." I pulled the trigger.
That's what happened.
I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What'd that feel like?
Felt like.
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt?
The
Did
fuck?
the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
So wait, you shot yourself and you ain't even die?
Recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before we, I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, or whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head, and it fell out of my hand.
Connection terminated.
And I fell on the ground, and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
So how did this thing get shot?
Came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No.
towards Noonan?
No, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No. Never.
Did you
I ain't gonna lie.
intend
For taking
to
a
harm
headshot,
Noonan?
she decent.
Never.
I tried to.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
She said she had her Zeph on, didn't
He
she?
was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after, I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people. And he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So, what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
Something happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me. I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything, really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? I'm like, it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio.
So wait,
I
she
don't
ain't
know
shooting
what
no
he
like
said
she got shot.
exactly on the radio. I'm assuming, like...
So, you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. After being shot, how did that affect your ability, I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things and recollect things?
I went into, like, a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing, but other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Damn.
Where were you laying in the room?
She got
I
hit
was
with
laying
that.
between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in, like, a bag.
Like a sack?
And, like, they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over, like, 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes, he came in, and I think he put, like, medical, like, gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. It felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you? They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital. And what hospital did you go to?
I was flown by MedFlight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And is it, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smirtelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me, and I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either ran out or it shut off, and when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just tapped him and gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just told him, I couldn't talk, but I gestured to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. I think they had switched the tank or something, or turned it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter, and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
The length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
Just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time. Cross. I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. Please, a 10-minute recess. Please exit quietly if you're going to exit. Thank you. was muted.
No, I
Yeah. Okay. Monday and Tuesday. We're back, session mixing. We're back on record in the Kellsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right? Yes.
You know as your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True?
Yeah, that could be true.
It could be true. Well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
Yeah, I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer, cross closer to the mic. Okay. Thank you.
We When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we have
And so,
to.
When you go to a domestic call, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yep.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety?
Yes.
For your partner's safety?
Yes.
For the children's safety? For everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't, no.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
He did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near him, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone could grab a weapon. True.
True.
Use a weapon.
True.
And especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
Right. You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do, that's what you're supposed to do, and that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is like a special weapons tactical team.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
You do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous.
Yes.
If there is a weapon involved, somebody's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond. Right?
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
Okay. They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Okay. Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens.
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that, yes.
Okay.
They get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team. You know him, right? You know that.
I know that now.
You knew he started in Andover. That's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover is...
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence,
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's, and not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover?
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
Okay. They have more gangs?
Yes, that I do know, yes.
They have more drugs?
Yes.
They have more violence?
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that, yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through?
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was...
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that,
Okay.
so yes.
Yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced, correct?
Yes.
You knew he was a by-the-book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
Okay. And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes, yes.
A gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point?
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were
Well, the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of...
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they were concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday...
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday... Well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True?
Yeah,
Okay?
true.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes, yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No, right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
Okay. And you knew he was going to get Kaden.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Okay, well,
Justin.
you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge, that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave? You don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after
Sure.
the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old is this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, well, we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport an infant.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence, they're not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
Okay. So overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, can you just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer? And like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you...
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? So that's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math for me. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
You're talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay, and she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting the child, correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Caden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around, thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification, yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because...
And when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand, you're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's...
2 hands extended.
That's most of the range day, yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hand.
So on Friday you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday, yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process things, about your life unraveling, if you will, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me, like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just, as I was walking around the house, I just was like...
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the defense, you can call your next witness. Okay. Aside from what?
The view.
Okay.
All right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
to get real spooky for you niggas. I'm taking a whole year. One take. It's only the first quarter. Check. Niggas thought they was gonna stop me, now they hella mad. Let me tell you about this hella year nigga had. Almost crashed the fuck out trying to get the bag. But now the only place I